Hey everyone, how's everyone doing? Oh, we turn it down a little bit that way. Welcome everyone. Hope everyone's having an awesome day. And hope your weekend has been going well so far. Back to doing some Lego. Kind of funny, I actually have been itching to work on this all week, but I just kind of was busy all week, so now we're back to it. Oh, hold on a second. I see. I'm sure what's going on with the camera here. I do promise it was working. Magic. All right, hold on a second. Let's see here. Oh. All right, well, just a second, because my camera's not all of a sudden not working. I should have tested this before. It was working earlier today. That's the weird part. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Just had to reset a little bit there. All right. So now we're ready to set to go. So sure enough, this is what we were working on Sunday. All right. That's the last time we got to do any work on stream. And we were building basically these two corners. Right. So you can see they're corner pieces. This is the center building of the Taj Mahal. Right. So you look at that. You know, it has a big tower in the middle. Right, or a big structure in the middle, right? So that's what we're building. And we're actually getting ready to build two more of these. This was bag 9 that we completed here. Now we're ready to go to bag 10, which basically is the exact same thing as these, right? So let me set these off to the side here. So I will say a couple things we have here. I was looking at my screen real quick. Yeah, so on my other stream, Taylor and Code, sure enough, let me give a shout out for anyone who, I think most everyone in here actually watches that stream also, but we could do a shout out anyways. Oh, that's right, I still don't have the shout out working here. Actually, I thought I did. It caught it there, but it's not printing out. Well, that's interesting. That was something we worked on last night on the stream. Have to look at that. I wonder. Yeah, I don't know. We will have to look at that later on, not tonight. But you should see we now have counters for how many bricks I drop. Hopefully, we don't drop any, but fate says we will. So how many bricks were dropped? How many oofs, right? So how many mistakes? Where did I accidentally not do what I was supposed to do according to instructions, right? So just something to have a little more fun with this, as we're streaming everything. So we've got that, working. At least this is the first real test. This is, this is the first production test tonight. We were last night working on it, and we tested it, in a development setting. So we'll see how well that's working tonight. So sure enough, if you have a couple commands available, which right now the command, right, the one that's supposed to tell you the commands, these new ones won't be listed there. That's something that we still need to take care of. But what is there is there's a stats, so STATS, and I'll give you basically it'll tell you how many bricks I've dropped or how many oofs I've had this stream, and then how many per the whole project. So how many since I've been working on Taj Mahal. Now I'll give a caveat with that is how many bricks have I dropped on the Taj Mahal starting with tonight. Because I didn't have it running before tonight. Well, we're getting close to dropping bricks right there. There's a lot of these, these textured bricks. So So yeah, so there's that. Also, if you type in drop brick, if you type it in, you are a viewer, you'll get the number of bricks that have been dropped. Actually, I forgot. I think it prints both the stream and the project. And the same thing with oofs. Right? So if you do a oof command, OOF oof, you'll also will get the count. And again, I believe it shows both for the stream and for the move it over there for the project. And the other thing, and we'll see this if this is working. And we got about another 15 minutes or so to see this. One of the things I'm pretty good about remembering to drink water. And pretty good means I usually remember, but not when I'm on this stream. When I'm on my live coding one, I do a good job about remembering to do that. And of course, it's important to do that and dry out. But I've noticed, the last couple streams doing the Lego bricks, I forget to drink water. So, and again, we'll see this actually working for real, right? Hopefully it's going to work for real. Every 20 minutes in the chat, because that's the only place it works so far, but there should be a message, saying, "Hey, Chad, don't forget to drink some water." So we'll see if that works. Sure enough, for those not in development, when you work on these stuff for new development, when you work on this stuff, you test it, but something that takes like 20 minutes, right? There's only so much testing you can do with that, right? And admittedly, what I haven't done is actually see it go for the wait for the whole 20 minutes, right? Because what I did was I had it happening like every 20 seconds, right? Because that was a whole lot quicker to watch it happen. So we'll have to see if that's working tonight. The one thing, and sure enough, so all the stuff is working through a customized Twitch bot that I've been working on. Really, just kind of starting with it. I've got a lot of plans for it. Maybe too many plans. It's typical, right? You start working on something and you're like, oh, let me add this. Oh, let me add this. This would be cool. All right. So I'm definitely going a little bit through that, but it's running as a separate program, right? And that's the bad part, because the other thing that it's supposed to do is, every 5 minutes, it's supposed to check that I've set a project. Now, I did. It would have been good. I almost forgot to start the program up, because I have to start it up separately. Once I get this stream a little bit more determined what I'm doing with it, I'll have a macro, because that's how I do my other. I actually push a button and then everything happens for me to get the stream going. So, like, for example, starting up the Twitch bot, right? It could do that automatically for me. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, so sure enough, it was like actually, I was getting ready to start the stream, like 2 or 3 minutes early, because I was like, all right, I'm tired of waiting. Kind of didn't realize a starting soon screen. I just put that in tonight, just to have something for starting soon. I'm working on some concepts for what I really want the visual look of this channel to look like, and kind of thinking that through my head and writing some notes and drawing some extremely rough drafts, because I'm not an artist. But anyways, I put that. I guess I didn't realize it was a 10-minute start. Well, I did, but I forgot to look to see how to change it. Basically, that came straight from Stream Elements. But you notice, like right now, I'm on. It's actually pretty much just a modified version of the Tailwind Code theme. And actually, when we get this published for real, it's going to be pretty, not for real, but there's new designs I'm working on. I mean, what you're looking at right now, it's going to be pretty close to what it'll be, I think, right? I mean, like I said, I'm working on some rough ideas, and then I'll, get with an artist to do the real work, right? And obviously when that happens, you never know. They might say, hey, that sounds great, but don't you want this instead, right? Yeah, this would actually look good. But yeah, so that's where we're at in this. Kind of funny, I gotta admit. Now tonight was a night of conflicted interest. And partially because I just didn't get done, and not for bad reasons, but I didn't get done everything I wanted to get done today. I wanted to work some more on my new Twitch bot. I had some things I wanted to code today that, to get it out of the way. Not really get it out of the way, but some stuff I really want, right? Some features I really want. And boils down to, I was kind of up too late last night. Had to get up really early this morning. I had a oil change for my car. And that was pretty darn early this morning. And I tell you, not long after lunch, I was like, I've had it. I had to lay down and take a nap. Some of that's just getting on. Hey, Scott, let's see here. I like it. I had this dream. Oh my goodness. But it was too crazy to tell you. Well, Scott, I guess the good part is at least you were sleeping. Right? 'Cause I know you've talked about it on the other stream, or maybe it was this stream, but you've talked about how you have, some sleeping issues. So strange dream or not, at least it was a dream, right? But Scott, how's everything doing over in the home of Lego? All right, almost got these all sorted. And sure enough, what we're going to do, which is what I was doing Sunday night. Oh, you got more restrictions coming? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of interesting talking about the restrictions. We're in restriction right now, and so like restaurants on Monday. So like restaurants here are closed for indoor dining. That's actually the biggest restriction here in Kentucky, and they're talking about those expired December 13th. Well, after December 13th, and the governor has already been because restaurants are really getting antsy, right? Because they're losing tons of money. This has been a horrible year for restaurants. And there's actually been there's been news articles here about a group of restaurants who say they're going to open no matter what. Even if, they'll wait till December 14th, but then they said after that, restrictions or no, they're going to open up. Not allowed to walk on the left side of the street. Just well, that seems kind of weird. It's not like so you're not going to be allowed to walk at all, or because it sounds like what you would want instead is if you're going this direction, you must be if you're in the left lane, you must be going northbound, southbound, whatever. Otherwise, they got painted stripes in the middle, huh? I tell you, here in the States, Walmart tried to do that in the store, right? The whole You're only supposed to go down, keep the traffic going in one direction. Nobody paid attention to that. Nobody. Now, grant you, I'm not, I'm in more of a blue collar area. It's not the most highly educated area of the city, but still, I was just flabbergasted. I mean, I was like, come on, how hard is this to walk down the right direction of the lane, right? I mean, sure, it might be a little bit disconvenient because maybe you want to skip a lane, which means now, but so I don't know. It is interesting. At least what I do see more often now is people actually wearing masks and so forth, which is a good thing. So yesterday, had a visit at the optometrist. Huh. I'm looking at Scott. I'm looking at your picture. That's interesting. But yeah, I went to the optometrist yesterday for eye checkup, and it was actually in the mall. And so I was in the mall, and again, like I said, most everybody was wearing masks, which was a good thing, right? But then I actually saw this young couple, and they had to be at most mid-20s, just walking around, no mask at all. I mean, not even like a mask at their, because you also see people who have a mask, wrapped around their, below their chin or whatever, which does, might as well not be wearing a mask, right? But these two, they didn't even have a mask on at all. And I was just sitting there like, I mean, the audacity, right? I know there's been some question about how effective masks are and so forth, but I don't think there's really a real question that there's not some benefit of wearing a mask, right? So I don't know. I also kind of get the side of the people who were upset about the mask, because there's people who are normal and law and order people, right? And I'm like, well, law and order says we need to wear a mask right now, so wear a mask, right? I don't know. I mean, I know for me, I'm just like, yeah, I'll wear a mask because I just want to get this stuff over with, right? I want us to, I want to go back to a normal life, right? Whatever, or a more normalcy of life. I don't know if we'll kind of question however much of a normal we'll ever get back to. All right, so short enough, just so everyone knows, I've been building the two. This is a build it 4 times. Like I said, we've built it twice. Right, so again, for those who join a little bit afterwards, basically we've already built 2 of these. We've got 2 more to build. And I will be building 2 at the same time. Kind of makes it flow a little bit nicer. Especially with these repetitive kits, right? Scott, I believe so. Although it's interesting as far as wearing a face shield instead of a face mask. I don't hardly ever see anyone out and about wearing a face shield instead. But I would think so, right? Because still, it is at least covering your face and so forth. It is interesting. I had to go to the store today, to the grocery, and yeah, well, and I think that makes sense, right? Especially for like shopkeepers. I mean, when you're wearing it all day long, I mean that's a bit to ask for, right? I mean, I get that. It's actually interesting. So my wife is Filipina. And so, and she's got her, almost dropped it. She's got her, her Filipino channels that she watches, and it's interesting to watch the stuff from there because they're they're actually, you'll see them on the TV, which is funny because here in the United States, the TV shows that have been made since then, unless they're showing off wearing a mask, right? They're not wearing a mask, right? I haven't I don't even think the news, because actually most of the news are doing it from their home, I guess. But the Filipino shows, and I'm talking about variety shows and everything. They're wearing a mask and a face shield. Yeah, and I remember the first time I saw them, isn't that a little bit of overkill? My wife's like, "Oh, it's the Philippines for you," I'm like, "Well, okay." But yeah, like I say, especially for shopkeepers and for those who need to wear that who need to wear something all day long, right? I definitely can see where a face shield makes more, can make more sense, more comfortable. Oh, here they are. Although, admittedly, I would think that a face mask would do more benefit than a face shield. But I don't know that for a fact. That's just me thinking, right? So it's pretty cool. This creates the base of the whole structure. Well, like I said, I am looking forward to getting this done. One, because I want to see it, right? Two, I've actually got quite a few kits to work on. To include, I've got the Coliseum, but that won't be the next thing I work on. It won't be long until I work on it. But I actually need to do. Actually, what I need to work on next is sorry, I'm concentrating on what I need here. I need to work on next on. I've got the Steamboat Willie. Something my daughter really likes, and my thought was to kind of build it for her. I mean, she's not going to want to build it, but she'll like it for the decoration part of it, right? So she comes home on 2 weeks from tomorrow. So I'm kind of like, well, that way I can have it ready for her. It'll already be in her room basically when she gets home, right? So just something a little nice for her when she comes home. Okay. All right, now we're gonna start working on these. And again, these are where we start. You pay attention to what we're doing. Let's see, 2, 4, 6. There's 8. Maybe another set of 8. 4, 6, 8. So, I'll just say. So, how many folks out there now? Grant you, we won't do spoilers. How many folks are out there have been keeping up with the Mandalorian? I did watch that last night. I watched it. Hold on a second. I did skip a step. Oh, there we go. We have a noof. Well, Scott, you got it right at the right time. Kind of interesting because it came in right as. Now I will say they just set that only a broadcaster or moderator can actually increment the number for obvious reasons. Well, the other part is because it is also the way to see the numbers, right? That and the fact that, I mean, like Scott, I'm not really worried about you, all right? But, others, I mean, you do get trolls on here. They'll increment the number just to play games with it, right? And while it is for fun, I actually do plan on using those numbers in some other videos and such. Because, I mean, I think what I'm going to do, I mean, right now it's just an idea, but I was thinking of, like, doing, videos on YouTube of reviews of the kits I build. All right. What did I think about it and everything? And it'd be kind of cool to have that number in there, right? I had, 20 oofs building this thing, this, which might be a sign of either my inability to pay attention or, how difficult the set was. So I was going to say, how many folks have been watching The Mandalorian? Again, we won't do spoilers since it was just last night. But boy, that was I've been really enjoying the season. I think it's been a really good season. I mean, I think there was one episode was kind of more of a filler. Other than that, it's been a really great ride. And last night was, was a ride along with that. What was really neat about it was, I think it was the shortest episode ever, right? So the one thing about The Mandalorian, right, and it's kind of the thing you could do with a show like that is, unlike broadcast TV where the episodes are pretty much a set length, right, for the most part. You don't have to do that with The Mandalorian is definitely not that way. It's whatever it's however long or longer for depending on what they're doing, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. So I believe last night was like if it wasn't 2, 4, 6, 8. I know it was definitely like the shortest for the season. I think it was the shortest for the whole series, but didn't lack suspense and action. I mean, it was like 33 minutes long, but it was a very eventful 33 minutes. So I really enjoyed that last night. I mean, to the point. I mean, I watched it after streaming, right? So I basically started watching it about 1:20 in the morning, my time, because I just didn't have a chance to watch it beforehand. Sometimes watch your first time. Come here. What do my fingers smell like? Probably not to smell like steak since that's what I cook for dinner. It was delicious, actually. We had New York strip steaks and baked potatoes and mushrooms with some vegetables and some broccoli. It was a pretty good dinner. If I say so myself, I'm the one who cooked it, so might be a little bit biased in there, but all right. Let's see here. So we need 24 of these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. Those right there. And I am definitely being careful. I definitely don't want to drop these. I mean, this will be hard to find on the floor because there are these clear bricks. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24. All right. So now here, let's see what it's. I think it's 6. 1, 2. Well, yeah, I know it's 6 because I can do the math. So 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6. All right. Now, hold on. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 4. Somehow I've messed up. Well, we'll see here. Of course, on these, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I kind of just put them on there, and then I'll, because they're all the 1 studs, and I'll, it's kind of like that to get it level. Although I do, or even, I will say, I find that you never really get it truly even. Because I know when I was in the last stream, I know, especially we were doing some with 3, rows, and you would put the 2 outers, and then you would put the middle in there. And that middle one sometimes was a little hard to get in because of, I'm trying to line up with the bricks. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I guess somehow a brick came off. Must not actually been snapped in all the way. All right, there we go. There's that 4. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. All right, I must have messed up my count very bad because I'm now 3 short. Okay. I am at these little ones are a little bit harder, which actually, that's probably my concern, like I say, next will be the next build will be the Steamboat Willie, but then after that, probably after that, we'll work on the Coliseum. Although I still gotta figure out where I'm gonna put the Coliseum. Actually, I still gotta figure out where I'm gonna put this thing once I get it built. But I am running out of space. But yeah, the Coliseum, it's more of these, smaller sizes. So, kind of curious as how hard, with, like I say, these little bricks are a little bit harder to put on. So, might have fun with that one. I was here in review because a lot of people were saying, well, the Coliseum is just going to be so repetitious because it's just tons of archways, in basically a big oval. And I actually listened to someone who built one, and they were saying actually there's a lot of variation in them. So they were saying it's not like you can just not pay attention, right? But there is a lot of variation in the different arches and everything. So that's cool, because I mean it's been everyone's first reactions. Oh well, that build's gonna be so repetitious. There, now we got those. Now we just put these in there. Oops. Got one upside down. I was like, why are you not going in? All right. There we go. So we have the glass structures going on there, the windows. All right. Let's see here. 2, 4, 6, 8. 2, 4, 6, 8. And then I also need 4 of these. All right. Now, I will say I was looking ahead to see, what the instructions are. Actually, after we put these two structures together, we actually start putting together. We start assembling that main building. So we'll actually start seeing something getting put together. The hard part with that, that's actually hard part about this workstation is I'm gonna have to figure out where we're gonna put that while we're working on it. Might have to. I have some tables that I use for projectors. I might have to put one of those like right over here, set it there while I'm working on this. Just have to clean it up, otherwise my wife will have a fit, and rightfully so. All right, there we go. Oh. Well, I won't call it an oof because I realized it before I started doing the next step. Pretty close to an oof, though. Because really, oofs are more important where you have to kind of revert back, right? Which I would say, don't worry. I think we'll see enough oofs. I do that enough when I'm not talking to somebody. All right, there we go. We're starting to see like the next level. They don't actually put actual levels in here, but you can kind of see that. Going back to the Mandalorian for those. Well, I guess even if you haven't watched, the interesting part, and I don't know if they were doing this last season or not, but they're not releasing the titles beforehand, and so the title is kind of part of the, kind of becomes part of the show, which is really neat. All right. And because of that, again, I'm not going to do spoilers, so I won't say what the title of last night's episode was, but. The moment you saw that title, you're like, oh no. All right. You kind of knew, what the end result was going to be. That might be giving away something, but really, what the hell the title was, it's like, oh, kind of know what's going to happen now. Of course, you kind of knew it was going to happen at some point anyways. All right, now. Set these over because now we're going to build little parts, middle parts here. Yeah, it's 4 and 4. Okay, we're gonna need more of these, but again, I'm gonna just keep those in the bag for the moment until we get to. Actually, well, we get to it really quick. But anyway, we'll finish grabbing what we need, and then we'll get those out. All right, there we go. So this time, 2 sets of 12, right? So 2, 4, 6, and actually I'll do 4 sets of 2, 4, 4 sets of 6, since that's really what we're doing here. 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6. All right. You can see there's still a lot more of those window pieces to put up there. I will say the other thing I'm working on for the stream to kind of make things a little better. I'm actually working on a third camera, I guess I should say. Maybe come down this way, right, to give a different view of the build. Just trying to figure out exactly how that'll work. Well, that and I actually do need to get another camera. Or move cameras around different streams, but trying to avoid that. Funny part is I already have the stand, I just don't have the camera. I just noticed so my timer is not working. I just noticed we have not had a reminder for the water. Well, we'll have to look at that later on, see why that didn't go off. Because I was just thinking, I need some water. And I'm like, wait a second. Shouldn't I have been reminded to get some water? All right, there we got those. And sure enough, when I'm, right now, like that water reminder, although it's not working right now, apparently. I don't know why. Actually, that's really interesting because the project timer's working. And it's working on the same timer. I don't know. So the timer itself is working. That's what that means. It means at least the timer itself is working, but it's not triggering off. Either that or I did my calculations wrong, which is possible. Hope not. Well, actually, now I hope I did. I hope that's all it was. It's basically, so you put it in. So the timer is going off every second, right? But actually, it's technically it's every 1,000 milliseconds. Because that's just generally what timers. That's the way how we work with them, is in milliseconds. And though I was, I did. Yeah, I wonder. No, that should have been right. Oh, like I said, I'll have to check that. I mean, again, it's not the end of the world, but would like that working. All right, there we go. Oh, archway. The way how they do these studs are really interesting because later on, it's actually, it's going to hold another piece, which is pretty darn cool the way how they kind of set that up. Just like how this one yellow piece basically holds this in. Right, that's actually the whole purpose of that one yellow piece. Just to hold that, structure in, which actually ends up holding quite a bit. No, they're right here. I was gonna say, it's asking for a piece I don't see. Yeah, so here's where you can see it. So it's starting to hold that in, which is also giving us some more structure. All right. I always find it really cool to see what they do in these Lego sets to give them structure. I hope to one of these days to learn enough from building these kits to actually come up with my own idea, right, and build it from scratch. I don't know what I would build, but someday we'll figure out something. All right, let's do these pieces first. Okay. So put this together here. Just noticed something. Did I not change this title? I thought I did. I noticed that the title says Part 4. Yeah. I wonder if my screen just didn't refresh. Now I'm kind of curious. What does it say over on this screen? Yeah, Part 4. Okay. Interesting, the mod panel. Because I've got the mod review up. I've also got the stream... what do they call it? Stream Manager up. On the moderator one, it still shows the old description, which is weird. I guess it doesn't update. Also, I'm noticing, hold on a second. Just 1 second, folks. I also just noticed that the brick building wasn't on there. You definitely need that for discoverability. Because I know earlier, I was looking. There weren't right as I was getting ready to get started. There wasn't any brick building streams on. But I'm still not sure if it actually took. There. All right. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure we have the right label in there. All right. There we got these towers being set up. Or the columns, I should say, I guess. All right. Next step here. Sure enough, we are on step 149. Of course, the second time we're in step 149. Or third and fourth, depending on how you look at it, right? Since I'm building two sections at the same time. All right. And again, things they do for structure, right? They put an L bracket on, or an L shape, to give it that structure, right? Again, just find it so cool. Okay, and then like that. And like that. Okay. All right, 150. So I'm curious, what do, I brought this up. I don't know if I brought it up on this stream. Well, maybe I have. What are people thinking about as far as when they think life will go back to more normal, right? Like in my mind, I'm trying to figure out when will conferences be able to start back up. Granted, we have virtual conferences. But, I'm talking about the in-person conferences, right? I'm really trying to figure out that. And part of the reason I'm trying to figure it out is because I run an in-person conference. And, I admit right now for 2021, I have no idea. All right. I have a meeting next week. You think a couple of years? I don't completely disagree with you. That's the thing. All right. But I have a meeting next week with the hotel that we host our event at. Because they're trying to get us locked in for next year, which it's a good thing they're trying to get us locked in. But I just that's Copalooza. That's in August, and I here the one thing that wasn't them. It was another vendor I was talking to last week. Or earlier this week, I guess. But, I was like, look, 2, 4, 6. I truly believe that, for the next several years, we're not going to have true in-person events, right? And it's going to be 6, 2, 4, 6. It's going to be viral. It's going to be, virtual or hybrid. That's what I'm trying to think of, right? Because look, there's just going to be people who are not going to be ready to travel for one reason or another, right? So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out something because I'll put it this way. I know going in this year, I was kind of thinking that maybe I don't know if I was hoping for a miracle, but definitely I thought maybe there was more of a chance, right? I know. This time last year it wasn't anything. Well, it wasn't anything we knew about yet. But I remember going in mid-March and April, thinking, well, there's still a possibility for the conference. Do this wrong. Because I was like, well, a lot of people think, well, this could just more naturally die off, and but going to next year, that's why, hence this early, and I'm like, well, I don't know if we can have an in-person event in the middle of August. I do know if there is an in-person event, it's going to be a lot smaller, right? As far as in-person. Because like I said, and I've already been talking to vendors about how we possibly could do a hybrid event. 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. So what are you doing here? But as someone who frequents conferences, speaks at them and everything, I definitely wish we could go. I wish everything could settle back and we can get back to it. Because I miss it. I haven't traveled since February. Well, March 1st was actually the last day I was on a plane. And at this point, it seems like forever. And admittedly, I don't know if I want to be on a plane at this point until there's a vaccination, right? I don't know. Although I was listening today, so we're really big into cruising, and and right now our next booked cruise is in 2022. Which part of that was done on purpose because of because we did schedule it once the pandemic started. But the other, did we? Yeah, I think so. But the other part, it's a special event type thing. But I was listening to a podcast today. About cruising, right? And they were talking about. I haven't heard this before, but apparently some ideas of like a health passport, for the vaccination, right? And maybe even potential other stuff. And I gotta admit, that one got a little bit concerned. All right, 2, 4, 6, 8. I need 36 of these. Actually, be willing to bet this might be, yeah, let's do it this way. 2, 4, 6. And basically I need 6 sets of these, right? So let's just do it that way. Instead of counting out 72, we can just get the, sets that way. So I don't know. The idea of having to carry a record, although the same rate, I get it too, right? I mean, I know my Facebook page, not Facebook page, but basically the brand ambassador for Carnival, right, on his Facebook stuff, which basically is all him answering questions from folks and promoting the brand. But my timer seems funny. Oh, I forgot to fix that. Yeah, I saw that earlier today. I did forget to fix that. I must have the format string is obviously not right. But yeah, I mean, there have been people on there complaining because, there hasn't been any official talk, but there has been some talk of, like to go on a cruise, you're going to have proof that you had the vaccination. I tell you, I can't blame, the cruise companies or anyone else for that. And I'll say this, I mean, I'm not an anti-vaxxer in any sense, no matter. Although I don't like shots. Actually have an aversion to shots. A documented aversion, even, right? I mean, actually, my Marine Corps record, there's actually in my medical record, there's a documentation about how I easily pass out. And what that means also, I don't, not like I shy away from medicine, but I only take medicine if I really need to, right? And just because, right? But I tell you, when it comes to vaccination, I mean, obviously I won't be first in line because of, my risk category had several layers into it, but yeah. I will be getting that when I can, I will be getting it. Because it's definitely one of those, if it means we can go back to a normal, See, this is where I was talking about where getting these level is hard and also important because they're going in so close to each other. But yeah, like I said, if it means getting a chance to get back to normal, yeah, definitely sign me up. Yeah, it's funny though, Scott, on that timer. Although I mean, it's good to get the kinks worked out right now, but timer. Oh, I built one set. I still have more to build. Okay. Timer's a bit off because. Obviously it wasn't timing all the ones prior. Although what I might do, I know how long I've been working on this project because all I got to do is look at the stream times. So I think probably update that because obviously I have not been working on this for, I guess, an hour and 3 minutes, or now an hour and 7 minutes. because it's more like, let's see. I guess we're probably getting close to 15 hours at this point. Come on. Can't get these two to... There we go. Yeah, I really can't believe I forgot to go back and fix that timer. Or at least look at it. Like I said, I saw that earlier. It is interesting how I've got that working. So OBS can actually... You could point a text field to, or a text, a static, well, semi-static text to a file, and it's detecting changes to that file. So basically, every second, I'm changing the file, the contents of the file to have that brick timer. So it's kind of, a bit of an odd way of doing it. I will say one of the things I was thinking about a little bit earlier on the, as I was streaming, probably need to put like a pause timer in there. Because, like for example, so the way how it works is when I set the so when I start to stream, oops, that is not. I see that it's not all there. But when I start to stream, it actually resets it, and it looks to see if a project's set, which it won't be set when. Well, actually, it could be set, I guess, but it won't because I start the program up. There we go. Got those windows together. Yeah, next. 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. That's what getting old does to you. Yeah, I completely forgot what I was saying. That's bad. So I will say tomorrow night, I may or may not be streaming a brick stream. Some of it is whether or not Koba Sean streams. Because if he's streaming, I'll hang out. Especially he only streams once a week, so hang out on his stream if he's streaming. And as of last night, he wasn't sure. Those, please. Keep on forgetting to put these things on. But the other reason why I'm not 100% sure is because it really depends on how far we get tonight on this set. because I also want to do some coding tomorrow. I know my wife wants to where does she want to go? She wanted to go to a home store tomorrow, look for something. Which is probably all we'll do, since not like you can go out to a restaurant. You have to do like last week we were out and had to eat in the parking lot of a fast food restaurant. That was awesome. This is there we go, just fixing this. Although actually, I just now think I'm making sure that this is all, because there's 3 bricks here. I'm just making sure they're all lined up. But this is actually inside. So once we have this built, you won't even see it. Or no, wait. Now I forget which is. I forgot. Maybe I forget if this is the inside or this is the inside. Oh well. Actually, now I think about this, yeah, this must be the inside. So, let's see here. So I'm wondering, so Scott, I don't know if you're still out there, but I mean, I'm curious, like, how easy is it to get tested over there? Man, over here it's probably could be easier, but it's not too bad. Well, it's actually, I guess if you're just in lockdown, I guess, well, no, you said you're not in lockdown, you're in restrictions. Because I was about to say, I guess if you're in lockdown, just book an appointment for free. Yeah, I was just kind of curious. I don't know how exactly it works, but I know here we've got like drive-up clinics. As many times as you can, yeah. Yeah, like I said, I know here we have clinics. I don't know, like, if there's a restriction how often you can go, or if there's a cost. I think it's free. I'm not 100% sure of that. Now sure enough, I've yet to have any symptoms other than I'm actually born with symptoms. I mean, I have hay fever, all year long, right? So I've always, always like, you go to places, okay, do you, have you had a cough? I'm like, well, yeah, but it's because of, because of the pollen in the air, right? Not because of anything else. Same cough I've had my whole life. But, yeah, I've been tested 3 times so far. Company I work for tests quite frequently. Well, I should just say they test if you come into the office, which makes sense, right? And most of the company is not coming. Well, I should rephrase that. So I'm in the support center. They're testing people who actually come into the support center. Most people don't come into the support center. My boss does, so I do. Although I actually kind of like, he and I talked about it, and and he was kind of like, well, I kind of have a feeling you actually enjoy going to the office. I'm like, well, to some extent, yeah. Although not as much when, there's very few people there. So sure enough, anyone who joins the company, because you have to go to the support center at least at one time. I remember this one. Yeah, it's still not in there correctly. There we go. I remember this one was a little bit hard to. You got this a stud right there. You're trying to line up with a brick there. Actually, that time, because I was explaining it, that time it wasn't so hard. But working quite, yeah. Oh yeah. Awesome. I mean, that's cool. You're lurking. I mean, and sure enough, go for it. Well, yeah, you've heard me say this. I look quite a bit on channels. But with the same, knowing that, I won't call you out. I don't remember how many more steps I have. Not a whole lot. All right. Yeah, we're getting closer to this. On 161. Yeah, there's 169 before we get to the next portion of this build, right? And we'll be finished with this bag. Been debating to take off the sweatshirt. I'm not super warm. Actually, the last couple minutes kind of cooled down. Right, where is this going? This is going right there. Okay. There we go. Yeah, like I say, I will be glad when all this is done. That is for sure. Well, that being said, luckily, I mean, at least so far, Dawn will be home 2 weeks. Looking forward to seeing her. I haven't seen her since August. Definitely looking forward to that. That's been the hard part with this, because couldn't come for Thanksgiving, for obvious reasons. Well, I guess not as obvious, but obvious at the same time. I mean, basically, school is really restrictive on that. She would have had to miss too much. But yeah, like I say, got her ticket arranged the other day, so looking forward to that. Although with them, it said my wife and daughter are not. They're bickering a little bit, so not looking forward to that part of it. Kind of hoping that being home will kind of lower those tensions a little bit. Probably won't be the first couple of days, but I'll be at work, so. She comes home on a Sunday. I go to the office Monday and Wednesday. I might be one of those days, it might be a week where I go to the office a little bit more than I'm actually supposed to. And again, my big belly saves me from dropping a brick. Let's see, this is going like this. I will say, I apologize for not having the screen not having the instructions showing up. And I've got a computer screen right here. And that's why you see me reaching every once in a while. I'm actually reaching to hit the button to scroll to the next page. But as I was playing with what my overlay looks like and what's gonna look like, I decided to take that out. Give me room for something else. I don't know. I'm curious what people think. I know when I watch other Lego streams, it's nice having that on there, but it's also not like, I don't know how much I really pay attention to it when I'm watching someone else. All right. Come on. There we go. And then these are going right here. Right, so there we go. Definitely looking pretty nice. These and these. Oh, okay. I was like, because I was looking at the white and then the red and the beige, and I'm like, well, that won't level off, because it goes on top of the column, not on top of that. All right. Just about got these worked out here. It's nice. Like that. Here. Here's the last step of the bag. Well, sort of. That's not really true. Last step of the do this 4 times. That'd be a more accurate description. All right. And that is bag 10. All right, actually, really, I think it's this. Actually, I'm still not sure. like I said, we'll see that in the next step. Usually, it is okay. It is like this. These are the outside pieces. Okay, and that makes sense. There we go. All right, let me. And sure enough, we have one. pretty good, right? In the whole bag. I've been pretty impressed. You know, some of these Lego sets, lots of leftover pieces, right? So here we're 10 bag, you know, number 10 bags in, and that's all of the extra pieces, which is kind of impressive because, like I said, some of these sets have quite a few. All right, let me get the picture here for Instagram. Instagram. How often I do Instagram? I don't even remember where the icon's on my phone. I like it. Instagram's, hey, maybe you want to create a post from a different place? No. All right. So we'll say bag number 10 of the Lego Taj Mahal. And I like putting in the Lego set number 10256. Share that. All right. So now, I'm actually going to pull up the book because this is where doing on here kind of does a little bit of disservice. All right, so you can see, here's where we're going to pull all these together, right? So we've got these two. So basically we've got these four right over here, the corners. And then we have the straight edges, I guess we could call it. So let's see here. Looks like, so if I turn it the right way, so we're going to have it like that. It's got pins, so there we go. Goes in just like that. And then this end, go like that. So there we go. It's actually coming in pretty easily. Oops. Oh. Put it in the wrong way. There we go. Another corner. All right. Yeah, I was kind of assuming this is going to be a little bit interesting. Well, I guess it's got just enough flexibility to make this kind of happen. Whoops. Oh. We had a brick drop. Let's drop brick. Actually, it was 2 bricks that fell. They were together, right? I mean, so I guess we debatable whether it's 2 bricks, but I'll count 2 bricks. Why not? All right, there we go. We got that in. All right. Well, here. Probably good to. Whoops. Maybe a little careful. This is. Well. Shoot. There we go. Gotta be a little bit careful. All right. So I was just going to keep this back. You know. So here we can see. Basically, the next part we're going to put in the roof of this, right? that's why I was showing that here. Actually, might make sense to keep looking out for that purpose. All right. So there we go. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is pretty cool, right? I mean, this is pretty good. I mean, this just right here is good size. And then remember, there's a bigger piece, right, that goes around this, right? And with the tower, I forget what they call those towers, but you know, the towers coming off. All right, let's see here. Let me get a picture of this. And this is, so this would be bags, I think it was 6 or 10. Let's take a look at that real quick. Because it's not really 1 through 10. Because some of the stuff is sitting, okay, yeah, this is bags 5 through 10. Because 1 through 4 are actually sitting on my dining room table right now. All right. So let's see here. Let's get this an interesting angle. And we'll get another picture here. Kind of more like that, maybe. Yeah, I think that, you know, yeah, that works. I mean, I'm gonna probably take another picture. I might take a picture from the above. All right. Let's see here. This will be finished bags 5 through 10 of the Lego Taj Mahal. Okay, so we'll post that. Maybe. I don't know what I just did. I guess I cut it. Never said I was that great with Instagram or social media, period. All right, so yeah, I've got that picture posted. Let's do a picture from the top, I think. There we go. All right, we'll say another view of the primary building within the Lego Taj Mahal. All right. Cool. Now, like I said, the interesting part is this is kind of taking up quite a bit of space here. So I guess, yeah, I guess what I'll do for right now, we'll put it over here, so it's off the desk while we work on. I see I'm gonna have to be careful lifting this up. There we go. Anyway, it's off the desk while I'm working on this set. So we're going to start bag 11. Over here, there's 14 bags in total. And sure enough, I mean, bag 11 is 4 outer bags. Actually, I guess there's no inner bags. That's unusual. Well, not really, because I think right now we're building like a structure. Or mostly a structure to give it some, again, some stability. All right. And is this? No. I was just curious if there was like a, yeah, no. I was curious if there was like a times 2 or 4 or whatever, but no. Because like, these two bags look similar. They look very, very similar. All right. I will say, you know, probably something else we want to put in our bot is like tracking some information of the bags, right? Like how long did the bag take? How, you know, you know, I was thinking about that as I was doing this. Right, that could be something nice to have in there. I like it. All these, right? So a big stack of those, and then just one bigger plate. You know what? I'm positive this is just a second bag of this same stuff. I think it's going to make sense to organize them all together. I mean, they would have been organized together, but do them at the same time, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And like I say, this is building the roof of that main structure. Obviously, the roof is brown, right? Because we see all these brown pieces, and if you'll remember from when I was showing the book, that's what they were looking like in the book. All right, those. Well, actually, I still got some more bags to do. I was about to say, well, there's really not that much diversity. There's a lot of bigger birds, but I do have some other bags I got to open up. Like I say, I know for sure we're going to finish this bag tonight. We'll have to see where we're at the end of this bag as to whether or not we'll go on to another bag. When I was looking at it a little bit earlier, it looks like there's basically 2 bags to finish up the roof. So, I mean, unless it just goes super quick, which I don't, you know, based upon the way how this is going, I don't really expect that. But, yeah, well, that would probably definitely the most we would do is, so basically I'm saying we'll definitely finish this bag. We'll have to see about another bag or not. I'm definitely glad, even though I'm going to have to put that tower back on here to, because we're gonna obviously have to put the roof onto the tower. But I'm glad I moved it because I definitely would have squeezed for space while doing this. Well, it's a lot of these angled, I don't know what you call them, but a lot of them. No, I see what they're going to be used for. That seems like a lot. I will say, you know, I do have a YouTube channel for this Twitch channel, right? So, you know, one, I've been, you know, now grant you, actually, I'm not sure if I even reloaded everything. I did upload a bunch of videos. Basically, it was archive of these. Although I do go in there and clean it up a little bit. I like take off any beginning piece, or like the first stream I did. This little piece. Oh no, I left that in there. But yeah, I mean, so you know, clean up a little bit, and I add like a nice little intro and all that good stuff. But I had actually, you know, the music that's playing, I didn't have it copyrighted correctly, or licensed, I should say. And that was my fault. I misunderstood. I guess I misunderstood. I just didn't think something through. Basically, I had to subscribe to it twice because it's per set of channels. So long story short, I mean, you know, hopefully tomorrow, the videos are edited. Well, the primary videos are edited and ready to go. But then the other thing I did, so I want to do like a time lapse, you know, so, you know, the whole, you know, like the Taj Mahal build as a time lapse. And what I did do was a time lapse so far. Now it actually doesn't have last Sunday's build. It has through last Saturday's build. Admittedly, I don't know. I might not. It takes time to. There's not a whole lot of time, but it does take enough time to create them. I don't know if I'll do that. Definitely do a time lapse at the end for sure. I don't know if I'll do another like in between. Right here. Here's where we're at so far. I don't know. Because basically, I've got it. You know. About the first half done, well, first major piece done in 10 minutes, right? Because I squeeze it out. And there's where I took out some stuff like the first stream I did. I ended up having to make some changes to the overlay while we were working. So like I didn't include that in the time lapse, right? Because that wouldn't have made much sense. It's a time lapse of the build, not a time lapse of the stream. Actually, I'm getting ready to put those pins all the way up there, but top of my desk. But actually, I realize I'm probably. Well, I know I need these right away. I see that in my next instruction, first instruction. All right. There we go. Now it's bag 11 sorted out. So sure enough, right now, you're going to start off building a structure. Now, sure enough, this is building one thing, so I don't have to build two things at the same time, which is nice. Okay. Now where is that going? Is it going on the first? That's what it looks like. Well, it has to be on the first. Okay. You can see we're kind of giving that roof structure, right? Yeah, so it can support the roof. Okay, here's where I'm going to have to pay a little bit of attention here. So let's see here. So we look at this. We're going to skip to and then insert. Skip to and insert. And skip 1. It should be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I have a feeling this is the same on the other sides, but so that, and that. Okay. And I'm praying goodness that it's the same on the other side, because it's kind of hard to see where the holes are on the other side. Okay, and then these are going to go like right here. Okay. All right, now we're going to do these. So just like that. Okay. Whoops. All right. All right. So these are gonna. Oh, okay. They're gonna go in there. It is pretty cool with what they can do with these Technic bricks, right? And how these pins really make a difference and give them some stability. And being able to make some interesting angles too, All right, there we go. That's step 175. Like I say, actually this so far is actually moving, seems quickly. Okay, and then let's see. So these are going to go. Okay. These are actually in the wrong place. I probably regret trimming my nails today. Shit. Let's see here. Man. Oh, hey, Elsmort. Why? There was no alert. Or if there was, I didn't see it. I definitely didn't hear it. Elsmort, thank you for following. I really do appreciate that. Oh, shoot. We'll probably have to go a step back here because kind of give me a little more leverage to get this. Actually, those are incorrect. That's good. At least I only have the one side. I put this on here wrong. Boy, and I'm going to have a hard time getting these off. And I got to admit, these removal tools, I don't know. I don't see anything with them. Let me try something here. I'm having the darndest time getting this thing off. There we go. All right. All right, I would say that qualifies as an oof. At first, I was like, oh, that's not really an oof because I caught it, at the same time I was doing it. But considering all the work it took to fix that, I'll call that an oof. Let's see here. Oh. What did I do? There we go. That's what we meant to do. I couldn't even type in the command right. Why is this not? I was just going to say. All right, and then this. Trying to get this fixed back. Yeah, this definitely qualifies as oof as much as I'm having to kind of retrofit these. All right, let me go back in my steps here. All right, so I think this was, yeah, right afterwards. And then right there. There's the okay. And then that's not lining up right. I definitely got something wrong here. goodness, I have really. Oh man. Tell you what, hold on a second. I'm getting warm again. Let me take off the sweatshirt. All right. Especially as I'm dealing with a with a mistake, it's like it's really warm in there. All right. Let's somehow I've got this all screwed up. So this should be going like that. That pin should be right there. And then there should be a pin right here. It still looks like it's too far away. Take it all the way out because I see what the problem is. There we go. That crease was off by 1. All right. There we go. See, you know what? That's kind of the whole fun part about bricks, doing the bricks, right? Sure, I messed it up and I had to, tear it back apart a little bit. But that's kind of the fun of this, right? It is to, like what I just had to do, kind of figure it out a little bit, right? Because I kind of got myself stuck. All right, there we go. Now we've completed that step. All right, so now, I'll put these back in there. This is where they get interesting. Let's move a couple things around a little bit here. Sorry, my garbage is just sitting right here. All these bags that we've opened up. All right, because this is actually going to go on here. So we've got an angle like that. So basically, like so. And we can see it, right? So it's going to really give it that structure. It's actually pretty darn strong. I mean, I'm not going to push much harder, but it's got some good tensile strength to that, right? Holding that in. Okay, we're going to actually be building right on top of this. This is going to be interesting. So let me move a couple things in. I guess I assume this is going to be more of a work on and kind of attach it, but no, you're actually going to work on it as you go. So there we go. Gonna have to do that to put it in there in the center. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, where are these going? These are going to go. These are, yeah, 6. Oh, hold on a second. Oh, these two are wrong. Actually, are all 4 wrong? It's supposed to be like that. There we go. That's supposed to be. They're supposed to be crisscross. All right. So sure enough, that's another oof. Not a bad oof, but an oof. All right. So now, yeah, it's gonna go like those are gonna go like that. Kind of funny, you actually have a better view than I do. Because I'm short, so I'm actually have a little bit harder time seeing, where those, were going. Like even here, I can't actually see that brick. That stud, I should say. Alright, there we go. Now we're going to put some of the roofing on. And how's this going? Oh. Okay. Let's turn this way around. All the way to the end? Yeah. This is kind of an odd angle to get those in there. Oh, we definitely got a problem here. That's supposed to be there, I guess. And that means another oof. Well, we're racking up the oofs tonight. Again, nothing major, right? Which is a good thing. All right. Now we're going to do 16 of these. I'm assuming these are 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, and 16. Okay, you can see me stacking those. There we go. We still can't really see it because it blends in. I just noticed that brown blends into the whatchamacallit, the desk. All right. How does this go? This is going to go like this. Okay. And these. Okay. It's also very hard to see on the instructions. Because it's just a big blue or a big field of brown, right? Okay. Turn this around carefully. All right, and then I think these are going to go like this, is what it looks like. Yeah. And I mean, that's something I will do is, you know, kind of not necessarily connect things at first when I'm trying to make sure that's really where it's going to go. What was I building? Must have been. It must have been the Razor Crest. I think that was the last thing last major thing I built. And I know that there was a bunch of those steps where I was like, I wasn't 100% sure, and so I definitely was like well, let me like just set it on there, but I'm not going to attach it until I see like all the pieces together. The Death Star, or not Death Star, the Star Destroyer was like that too. All right. So we're going to need 4 more of these, and these. All right. So now, let's see. So we can see this is going to go like here. Kind of interesting. That's not. Those corner pieces aren't the best supported, if you ask me. All right, and it looks like. No, that can't be right. See. Again, I'll put them. You know what? Maybe. Oh, I think it's like this. And then. Okay, I bet you it's really hard to see what they're doing here on the instruction. I wonder if I looked at the book, it'd be easier, the actual physical book. But I think what they're having you do is like that, and then, yeah, because then this will cover. There we go. Cool. Oh wow, this is on my book is really, or on my, this is getting harder and harder to see. We might have to do something here. Because I might need to have the book for reference. This brown on top of brown is kind of hard to see. Get the right reference point. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just kind of moving some stuff first. So I think we're going to look at the book here, see if we can see this a little bit nicer. Yeah, I can definitely see this better with the book. So I think for the next couple steps, we're going to do this with the book. All right, so let's get the pieces we need. It's 2, 4, 5, 7, 8. So there's those 8. You're just going to need a lot of these. Here, we'll just kind of move that stack over here. A lot of those. Some of these whites. So 3, 6, 8. All right. So let's see here. Plus, I have, you got to do this 4 times, all right? I found once we get the first one in here, it won't be so bad. So we're going to go up to, we're going to have it like here. This is what I was going to talk about. Like, I'm not going to actually completely, get in there so it sticks on there, but it's also easy for me to take it back off. That way if I screw this up, it's a whole lot easier to unscrew it. It's at least my technique. Of course, it's coming from a guy who already has oofed, 4 times tonight? I don't remember. Oh, okay, it's for these towers. That's what this is. You're basically making where those towers are going to attach. Okay, and bring it back in. I might have these a little too loose at this point. Especially since I'm pretty sure I've got it now. Okay, yeah. Oops. All right. Alrighty, there we go. Eesh. These not the most stable thing. Hopefully there'll be something to kind of set that up a little bit. I don't know. Yeah, it does look like something goes on top of that, which would be good because they come off very easily. All right, so so basically do that a couple more times here. Nice part is now I can use that as a reference. Still going to do it a little bit loose. What is all my collection? So let's see here. So I've got the So sure enough, Family Jewel. I started off last year building building bricks again. First one I started off with was the Tana 4. Because I remember that distinctly. I was walking through the mall and saw that, and I was like, "Oh, I've got to build that." And that kind of got me back into Lego. Since then, I've built the Death Star. Not Death Star. I keep on saying Death Star. Star Destroyer. I built the... What else is Lego? The Razor Crest. The Y-Wing. And then I've got 2 dioramas. Yes. It is retiring this year. No, I mean, so then... Because on top of that, I've got... The Chinese boat race, which actually that was a fun thing to put together. This is one of the boats right from that, but that was actually a lot of fun. It's a fun little kit. So I've got that. I've got what else have I got here? I've got the Paris that I put together, the architects. And I've got because they're not here. I've got the space station, the ISS, and the lunar lander, and those are actually at my office. Nice little conversation piece for that. Collects the architect sets. I'm a Star Wars guy, yeah. I mean, sure, I really like the Star Wars stuff. I mean, that's what I mean, I'm of that age where, I grew up with the whole series, with all the Star Wars movies, all right? And I do really like architects. I've actually got, in my I haven't built yet collection, I've actually got, New York... Not New York. Yeah, I've got New York and London. Yeah, the Falcon. Yeah, I'd like to get that. I have a feeling, when we get it, I'm going to have to get it soon. I don't know how much longer they're going to keep that around. But I would like to do that. Although... I am... Whoops. Oh, shoot. I was pretty sure I just dropped a brick. It felt like I dropped a brick. Maybe I didn't. Hold on a second. Because if I did, I don't see it. Just a second, folks. I did. Yeah, I really would like to put the UCS Falcon in particular. Right, I had a lot of fun. And thank you for following. I did have a lot of fun putting together the Star Destroyer. That was a blast. But I know my wife's kind of like, where are you going to put all this stuff, right? Because like I say, I've got several sets I still got to put together. To include, I've got the Coliseum. Which is not my next build, but my next after build. Yeah, no, sure enough. Are you? Was the delay? When you say that set looks nice, are you talking about the Coliseum or the Star Destroyer? Like I say, the Coliseum looks really, really nice. Oh, I messed this up. See, that's what I get. Wasn't putting them on tightly, and I do, and I screwed up. Let me grab something here. Coliseum, but both, yeah. Star Destroyer, I mean, looks just awesome, right? I mean, because it's so big that it's imposing. Oh, this is going to be fun. That piece went inside. Oh, no. That piece flinged into the building. Oh, actually, I forgot. There's no bottom to the building. All I did was looked at. Yeah, so the Star Destroyer was, like I say, it's so imposing looking, right? Because it's so big. Because it's 4 feet long, right? It's massive. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to doing the Coliseum. That's why I went ahead and got it right away. Well, plus, I wanted to get... because, they had the Black Friday deal, right? Where if you bought the Coliseum, you got the Chariot, right? So I definitely wanted to get that. I do kind of wish they also did double points, but that's just me being greedy. And I will say, like I said, I've got several I got to put together, but I'm on the lookout. I delayed, and now I'm not going to delay once I see it. But I want to get the. I haven't put together Saturn V yet. I missed out on it on the initial run, and that would be a really nice addition to my space collection. But since, like I said, I took it to my office downtown. So, I've got like a little area of space area, right? Oops. All right. Almost got all this here. One more. Of course, that was the whole funny thing about this one. I think I've got one space set, but it's from like 2000. Oh, wow. Well, see, so you're definitely more of a collector than I. Number one, if you got it from 2000. Oh shoot, I did it again. That's the second time in a row that I forgot to move that over. Because like I say, I stopped building for a long time. I mean, like from childhood until last year. But I really liked those space sets, right? Even the ISS, which is probably the least favorite of them, but it's still a really neat looking set. Especially considering what it is, right? The lunar lander just looks awesome. Okay, you stopped from 2006 to 2008. Yeah, well, like I said, I basically stopped from probably 1982 or 3 or whatever. I don't know. I don't know when as a child I stopped. And it was funny. The reason why I picked it back up was I need something to do, right? I mean, this is pre-pandemic, obviously, because like I said, I started back last year. I want something. I'm really bad about getting away. So, it's my job. I do software development, right? And I'm really bad about getting away from the computer. And it's like, I really need something to get away from the computer, but still, well, I still need this book. But still exercise, my mind, right? Oh, wow, the gunship. Wow, that sounds pretty cool. Yeah, I see some of these folks, especially on YouTube and such. They talk about, oh, I bought this set for for investment, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not really. I don't think I'm ready for that. Although, in a couple more sets, I might have to do that. Right? Not necessarily buy a set just for investment, but I might have to start taking pieces apart to, in order to make room for other sets. Oh, really? I did not see that. That they're putting out a gunship next year, especially UCS. I really like the UCS sets. I like the little bit additional complexity. Plus, I mean, they just look so awesome when they're done. I'm gonna have to look that up because that they're putting that out next year. I had not seen that yet. This is as short as I am. This is hard to see. Yes, I do. Well, I just found him like the other day. And yeah, I did follow him. So but not long enough to actually have seen a whole lot of that yet. It's around. My little short arms can only go. Yeah, I noticed that. I liked his channel. I mean, I think he does a good job. So I definitely did like what I was seeing on there. Let's see. There. All right. Cool. All right, now I can probably go back to. If you're all wondering, I mean, why I keep on putting the book away, I actually have up on a computer right here, but that brown on brown on the screen just was not showing up very well. That's where the book definitely paid off to have. All right, so let's see here. Okay, let's see. So we're gonna have one of these. We're only gonna do 4 of these because we do this 4 times. I was gonna say this set. I was starting to talk about this earlier. The Taj Mahal is kind of interesting in that, and the reason why I got it was, I mean, it's just a gorgeous looking set, but the Lego store here in town had it displayed, for the longest time, but didn't have it in stock, which actually I thought was kind of interesting. And a couple weeks ago, I was in there, and sure enough, they, all of a sudden they had it, and I was, told my wife, well, I've got to get that, right? And, which was kind of hard because here I am, I knew in like 2 weeks I was going to buy the Coliseum because I think the Coliseum was already announced at that point. It was kind of funny. I'm like, I'm going to get this Coliseum, though I'm going to spend $550, but let me go buy this $350 kit now, Yeah. Yeah, they all got a restock. And sure enough, I pretty much, we're lucky here. We do have a Lego store. I'm actually kind of surprised. Well, we usually doesn't get all the cool stuff like that. 3. I seem to be missing a piece. 3, 3, and 3. Oh, here it is. But I have been trying to pretty much buy. Oh, you're in KC? All right, awesome. I love KC. I go there once a year. Or at least once a year, I should say. So I speak at a conference there. Oh yeah. Yeah, I haven't really found much of like independent Lego stores here in the city. But we do, like I said, we have a Lego store. I especially for the new kits, I try to buy from there. If he's in KC, he probably does. If he goes to conferences, so it's the Kansas City Developer Conference, and they get. I think last year was 1,600, 1,800 people there, so it's a pretty decent sized conference. And I go there. I speak at that conference. It's a lot of fun. The guys who run it have been friends forever. Like I say, I have a lot of fun going to that. And plus, I mean, we go out to the Lecture and Power? What? I'm drawing blank the name of the area. The entertainment district area. Power and Light. There you go. I knew it was something like that, but I knew I wasn't saying it right. But I was. Yeah. So number one, they always have a party there. Usually the attendee party is in one of the clubs there. And plus, I mean, it's a natural place, because the conference is at the convention center. And usually, although last year wasn't the case, usually we're staying at the Marriott. And then also spent a lot of time at was a Flying Saucer, which is pretty good. Nice beer selection there. That's putting it lightly, actually. All right, so that's going to go like that. No, hold on. Yeah, okay. It's a tight fit there. Boulevard. I'm not sure. Boulevard and what reference is that? A beer or is it beer? I probably have had it, but what kind of beer is it? Brewing company? I'm not sure. There's a chance I've had it. I generally big one in KC. There's a good chance I have. I am one of those people. I will. Wheat. Then yeah, I definitely probably have had it, but I don't remember. Which is not a bad sign. But yeah, generally when I travel, I usually ask for for a local beer. Generally IPAs. That's what I like more than anything else, are IPAs. And generally, when I go to town, I'll ask the. Yeah, I will definitely have to do that. Hopefully, well, I don't know when that'll be, just because of everything, right? I was about to say hopefully for 2021, but KCDC right now is slated for April, and they've already said they have no idea how they're going to pull that off with everything going on. Did I? Oh. I see what I did wrong. And one initial. Yeah. Whoops. And the COVID stuff's pretty bad, you know, and I have a feeling I'm not doing something right here. I've got these works wrong. Let's start this over here. So we're going to start off with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 3. Yeah, this piece. Oh, okay. We're going to take that. This is going to the bottom, I guess. There we go. That's okay. Yeah. So sure enough, so like for example, last year, I went to where did I go? How many conferences did I go last year? I think it was 24 conferences. All right, so this has definitely been a different year for me, right? There's all, you know, and I started off the year strong, but I did what? I think when I did Code Mash, I did, where else did I go? I did 4 or 5 this year before, you know, where I physically went. Yeah, exactly. I've done a bunch of virtual conferences, and I run a virtual conference. Well, it was virtual this year. It's not the same thing, right? I mean, you're not getting that, you know, the interaction with people. I tell you, speaking, you know, at a virtual conference is just, it's not to the point where I haven't said that it's not worth it. But, you know, it's a little bit hard. It's a little bit hard to get the motivation, right? Because you're not, you know, generally people don't turn on the cameras or at the audience. And so you're getting no feedback, right? You know, so if you do a joke, you have no idea if anyone actually got your joke, right? Or if it was, you know. Well, I will say I did one a couple weeks ago, and I don't think they even had the option to put their cameras on, but there was a lot of people who were chatting in the chat, and that actually made a big difference for me. Is this? Yeah. But hold on a second. This is going to go. No, I was going right there. Okay. There we go. Just like that. Now we're going to put this piece in here. Okay. Now we turn it back over. Oh, and now we're going to do this 4 times. I didn't notice it the first time. I would have done that. All right, let's. So let's see here. It's funny. This model has a lot of repetition in it, like right here. I mean, which is interesting. The Coliseum. I was listening to someone who was listening to a podcast, and they were interviewing someone who's already built it. You know, because you got one of the preview models, and they were actually saying there's actually not as much repetition on there as you think. I mean, there's obviously is, but you know, I put the bricks in the right place, but I put them on the wrong side. But like I said, this kit has had a bunch of repetition. I mean, this right here is not so bad, right? But there's Boy, I think it was last week. I was working on this one, and it was getting late. And I remember I was like, boy, can I just get this done, right? You know, it's with the repetition on top of it, right? You know, it's just getting to be a bit much. All right. This is pretty cool what you're building. I mean, building like the. Actually, I think that's what's going up here. Like I said, I saw something that goes on top of that, which is good because this needs some. That's pretty flimsy. Alright, let's see here. Tell you one thing. Hope I never get arthritis because I don't see how you could do this with arthritis. That's for sure. Oops, I didn't mean to skip the page. All right. I don't know, maybe this helps prevent arthritis. You know, all the working with small pieces, keeping the hands a little bit nimble. I don't know. Alright, now put these middle pieces in. That's why I definitely learn, you know, with all these repetitions, you know, depending on how big they are, but, you know, do them, you know, at the same time. I mean, one, it goes faster, but two, it just makes it a little bit easier. Not that I gotta admit, I'm not really looking for speed per se. I mean, I'm looking to, these are ways to relax, enjoy myself, but at the same time, you don't want to spend, you know, hours on hours just doing the same thing over and over. Now all right, so now we flip these over. Actually, I notice we're almost through all the bricks for this bag. I have to make a decision. I talk about when I was starting this bag. What, you know, I was definitely going to finish this bag. We'll see if we go on to another bag or not. One thing pushed me towards doing another bag tonight is kind of finishes the roof area, and then you start building domes. Said all right too quickly. There we go. Now we have those 4 sets. Right? Actually, probably better than looking that way. And yes, this is going above here, so this is going to go like this. Yeah, it definitely gives a little bit more protection. Plus the looks, right? But 44 sets, wow. You are definitely a Star Wars Legos collector. Oh, what happened? Well, I have somehow lost. Well, that's interesting. It was definitely there at one time. Well, this is interesting. Where did it go? Problem about pieces that can roll around, you know? Who knows where it went? Let's see here. I really have no idea where it went. Oh, you know what? I think I see what happened. Because I see this sticking out. That. I bet you when it fell, I bet it fell earlier and I put it in the wrong place. There we go. All right, let me look. Let's see here. Oh, I'm not logged on the laptop I got here. I'm not logged into BricksWithChad. I gotta look up how many I've got. And you know what? No, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm not logged in here, but that's what. That's what LastPass is for. Let's see here. So I have 30 sets total. So you definitely you already have me beat just by pure numbers. All right. Let's see here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 7. But again, I mean, like I said, I just started again doing these last year. All right, interesting. I don't even remember using these pieces. I don't see anywhere where they would have been used. No, I do. They're right here. But now I'm also curious that I've got 3 of these. I have a feeling I maybe Oh, you know what? Oh, yeah. Skip the step. When I was putting the three together, but like I say, that would be pretty weird to have 3 long bricks like that left over. There we go. That makes sense to have that left, one little piece left over. Not those 4 bigger pieces. All right, cool. So there. That is bag 11. Awesome. So let's see here. Tilt it up here a little bit. I mean, actually, we were already seeing that piece, right? But you can start seeing a little bit more on the sides there. Because you get this in here added now. But more importantly, the roof and the structure of the roof. All right, let me get my picture for Instagram. Let's see here, Instagram. Kind of do it from up here. All right, we'll say raising the roof. Just a second there, and I'll talk about that. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I do too. I was using, and I still use Rebrickable for a long time, but the information on here is so much nicer, right? It's better formatted. This is interesting. So they don't have piece counts on one of them, apparently, because what did I say? I have 30 sets. But I guess I have 37,520 pieces total. So this is bag number 11. But I'm assuming since you have just 44 sets of Star Wars, you're going to have quite a bit more than 37,000. I'd be willing to bet you're definitely in the 6 figures. Well, not definitely, but... Really? Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. This... What we're building right here is... how many pieces of this one? This is 5,900 pieces. I would say, so that definitely makes a difference. This one here is 5,900 pieces. This is, let's see here. Where is the Star Destroyer? Because that was, why is it not showing right there? Because the Star Destroyer is quite a few pieces. I know that. 56 pieces. And then, and of course the Taj Mahal, is the, that's the largest Lego set, right? Okay, so sure enough, I'm looking. Actually, I thought we were still building parts of the roof. Now you're going to build. Now we actually start building these towers. I think let's do bag 12. It's just going on 12. I haven't hit 12 yet. So why not? Alright, so we'll set that over there. I'm pretty sure this is another. Oh, I do love this here. I'll bring up the book here to kind of so you can see this a little bit more. You start off with, you have to do this 32 times. Goodness gracious. All right, let's see here. All right, so starting bag number 12. So where are we at in our stats so far? No. Oh, my stats aren't going to work because my Twitch bot just crashed on me. Oh, never mind. I just want to see something real quick. Well, that's interesting. There we go. So sure enough, the stats coming up there. Yeah, I wrote that Twitch bot. It still works, and I actually just saw I have an error, and I'm gonna have to think about that error. I was able to ignore it for now, but that won't work. What I just did to ignore it won't work forever. No, I know how to ignore it. It just won't write that file. That's the way to do it. Here, I actually know, don't put these too far away because I'm going to be using those right in the first step. You know what? This bag is just another bag of the same stuff. Sort them all at the same time. This is definitely my thing. I don't know about you family, but I have to sort all my stuff out. I watch some people's streams, and they just kind of put it out like this and just start working. I don't know. I just can't do it. I'm an organizer. I organize my stuff. You just go right in? Yeah. I mean, more power to you. I don't know. So I just... Some of this I like, and it's part of what I like, is actually doing the sorting, right? You know, the whole... doing that pattern matching in my head, but... Some of this is just what makes sense to me. You know, I bet I know what part of it is. Because again, when I started, like I said, my first set back as an adult, was a UCS, right? The Tana 4, right? So, I started off big, but it's one of the first things they tell you in instructions, right? Is sort it all out, right? And I was like, all right, I'll sort it all out. So it's probably part of it, right? I just kind of started doing it that way. Because that's what I saw the little minifig doing on the instructions. I don't just sort them out. Not that you see all of it because the camera's cut off it. I sort them by color. Just makes it easier for me to find it later. The hard part is, I mean, that having this set right here takes up quite a bit of my desk, or my table, I should say. Bigger house, large enough, finally display everything. They figured out missing piece. Yeah. You know, it's I don't know. Come the new year, we might look at moving, but I might be looking for a room that fits all this stuff. Like I said, I'm quick to the point where I'm gonna have to make decisions as to whether keep everything together or start piecing, start pulling parts, sets apart, storing them or what have you. Because I'm just running out of space. Although, sure enough, wife and I have been talking. We have been talking about me moving where my because this is all my office area. Talking about moving where my office is. With part of consideration of giving me some, because this room has some spatial issues. But we haven't made that commitment yet. Alright, let's see, this is also 2 bags of basically the same stuff. So I'm going to need these as part of this first step. Yeah, well, so I'm the other way around. I mean, I only have one child, but I mean, my child's she's not here most. She's not here most of the year because she's in college. But I mean, she's a master's student now. I've kind of said, well, we should just get her like a pull-out bed. All right. Let me use that room as my Lego / arcade room. Wife hasn't bought into that yet. Of course, sure enough, I mean, my daughter's in her second year of her master's, so we'll have to see what happens with her, after this, after next semester. Whether she's coming back, going somewhere else. I mean, I know her goal is to go somewhere else. Or walk-in closet, and then, well, like I say, I mean, wife has right concerns. I mean, my daughter, like daughter be home in 2 weeks for a couple weeks. And there's some uncertainty, especially with the pandemic. There's some uncertainty. So she's studying to be an opera singer. And of course, a whole lot of opera singing right now. I mean, that, hopefully by the end of next year that'll start relieving itself. I have a feeling, I don't know. Actually, talking to my daughter about, maybe potentially going for a PhD now. She was talking about doing that later. I almost think if she can get in now and get the money for it to do it now, since there's not a whole lot of performing right now, because she wants to. So I mean, her whole goal in life is to perform for several years. Several be like 10 years or what have you. And then settling down, becoming probably a professor. Like I said, with all this, kind of really wonder if she should do that now, right? Do the professor, get the doctorate now. Long story short means I have no idea what's going to happen with her room, in the next while. And we do have a bonus room, an unfinished room. And that's the problem. It's an unfinished room. Lesson learned, if you're ever having a house built and you're looking at plans and you see this unfinished room, you think, oh, that'd be awesome because, we'll finish it at some point, right? And then we can have another room, right? Yeah, I've been in this house for 20 years. We haven't built that room out. Yeah, no, exactly. How quick stuff will go back. I mean, the hard part, like in her situation, is how quickly. See. Yeah, I'm one of those people you don't really. I can build Legos, right? You don't want me. You don't want me doing construction work. Sure enough, I thought we were going to, and we started. Now, this is a long time ago, and actually, because in retrospect, I don't like the way how the builder built the house for several things. But one of the things they did was that they put the water here in the furnace up in that room, which is above the garage, which in one sense makes sense, but like for making it a usable room, that was so it was like the first thing we had to do is actually build a wall around it. So I did build that, and it's not the prettiest thing in the world, but I tell you what, that thing's not going to fall down. Yeah, admittedly, Emily, I'm envious of you that you can do that, right? Because it's not really the skill set I have. Which is fine when my wife gives me a hard time about that, And of course, her father was a carpenter, right? And so she'll give me a hard time about it. I'm like, well, she'll like, well, so-and-so did all this and did all that and everything. And I'm like, well, did so-and-so, was so-and-so able to build a system that could process all this data in a heartbeat and scale it up, to users all over the world, right? I can. Well, there you go. Awesome. Made 20K in 1 year. That's one of the reasons why we haven't sold this house and really haven't considered much. We've talked to realtors a couple times over the years, but the resale values are killing me. I'm in the biggest house in the neighborhood. Wow, that is a big increase. So you definitely have room for your Lego room. See, I'm just thinking if we do move, I'm thinking I just want something with a basement, so I can then have something, well, at least a semi-finished basement. Well, yeah, that does help. That's for sure. You'll be able to get the I will say though, I mean, like I said, I was talking about the resale comp values. There's a house. Now, granted, it had to be refurbished because it had a fire. But but they just sold it. And they sold it for quite a bit. I was actually surprised. There's a realtor, trying to drum up business, but they, like, hey, we just sold this house for, I forgot what it was, but a decent amount. And I was like, wow, if you can get it for that, I should be able to get a good deal on mine here. Right. I'm assuming there's 32 of these. 1, 2, 3. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Yes. All right. So I don't have to really keep count after that, right? I just do this until I run out. All right, Scott. Safe travels there. So yeah, I'm gonna probably reach out to that realtor and have him come over. And I mean, we do need, we've got some stuff we should fix up before we sell the house, but capital gains, yeah, definitely. I mean, sure enough, that's why you do got to be smart about when you sell, try to keep that money for a bit or put it on the side. I mean, I know last year I sold some stuff and some investments, and I made sure, when I did the deal with the broker, that I had them take extra money out for taxes to cover all that, for the capital gains and such. But yeah, so I'm gonna contact that realtor because the one who sold the house is right there. So I'm in the cul-de-sac there, right there on the entrance to the cul-de-sac. Let's see what they appraise this for. If not, I might just put money into the house, get that room, and finish room finished. So honestly, for me and for a room, that would work better. Especially because it's this house we had built with a lot of windows because we like a lot of windows. That room, it's above the garage, and actually only has one window. And for my purposes, that's actually a good thing. That's funny. I mean, like when I'm working, I like having the windows open, as long as it's not glaring on the computer. But for having, yeah, I did have the house built. But it's fun, but the nice part about having no window, other than the one window, is that one, you get more wall space to put shelves and stuff up. Two, because I also do, I do this streaming, but also this is like my secondary streaming. But I also do code streams, do live coding, and where I kind of do a little more with my setup and everything. So having the control the lighting in the room is key. All right, so there we do that. I don't know why I sorted out so much. Now put these pieces on. I say for a lot of repetition, this isn't so bad. 32 of these, right? But it really isn't that bad. Probably because it's pretty easy, right? It's not really a whole lot to this, which is why I'm glad that I did say let's at least do one more bag here. But this probably will be the last bag from there. Again, we'll see how long it takes and see what the next step builds. This is bag 12. There's 14 bags in this whole set. Well, bag numbers. It's actually, I think I count 40 bags. Not including the inner bags, right? Just the 40 actual bags with numbers on them. Yeah, just thinking, remind me back when we were having this house built. Yes, we did have the house built. Definitely learned a lot from that experience, right? Like how a two-car garage is not really a two-car garage, right? I think when we first moved in, I think we did fit 2 cars in, but it was kind of, but that's because we didn't have anything else in the garage. Oh, hey, Arctic's Empire, thanks for following, everybody, or for joining. How was your all stream? Hope you all had a good evening. What were you all? I'm assuming you were working on Legos. So we're working on the Taj Mahal. Here, you can see here. And this is like the main building of the Taj Mahal. All right. So, yeah, cars used to be a lot smaller. Well, it's kind of funny because obviously at one point they were a lot bigger, and then they went a lot smaller. Now I think they're kind of going in between. Oh, we actually put these on the building. Well, this is going to be interesting. We're talking about how it's been a weird set because it takes a lot of space. Oh wow, chopping up sets. Yeah, we're talking a little bit about how I just got back into Legos last year, and so let me say I've got 30 sets. I haven't built all 30 sets, but I have 30 sets. I was talking about how I'm getting close to where I'm gonna have to, I'm running out. Whoa. Hold on. Got rollers here. You know, I'm getting close to where I'm going to have to start pulling some apart in order to make a space to display sets. All right, let's see here. Just kind of moving some stuff around here. There we go. Yeah, so back, family, how does this work? Let's see here. Oh, I think I see. Well, here, let's start. They don't really show a whole lot of example on here. Oh, look at the book here instead of the. Yeah, and I guess like that, and then this kind of goes like that. Whoops. Okay, I see what you're doing here. So like I said, when we first moved in, we had a minivan, and then I had like what was I driving? Like a Ford Topaz or something like that. Some little piece of junk car. And we could get both cars in, but not very easily, right? It was kind of had an angle one of the cars in my car. But like right now, there's just no way, because there's also 20 years worth of stuff in the garage, right? Even with that, I mean, I drive a Miata, so it's a tiny little car. And there's space, but not a ton of space left in the garage with everything else in it. So Arctics, I mean, what you got coming up in the future? I mean, you're piecing sets to it will build stuff in the future. What do you got coming up? Or are you not sure yet? It's got some larger gaps in there, right? So I mean, probably see that seems like a large kind of gap in there compared to some of the others. Oh, I was asking you what you're piecing sets together or taking sets apart. You have any plans for what you got next? All right, there we go. Okay, now we're going to build some little towers here. 16 times. All right, so this is, using all these pieces have been rolling all over the place. So you're going to have 3 like this. Let me make sure I'm not. We're going to have 3 pieces like this. All right. And then one of these head pieces. And then a dish. All right. Like that. All right. And we're going to build that 15 more times. Again, this is another repetitious part here. I was talking about it earlier. Find that this is, there's a bunch of repetition into it. Kind of makes sense, right? But But admittedly, I do like this where it's a simple repetition. Building these walls, I mean, because you have two of these, right? Or four of these centerpieces and two of the middle pieces, right? There's like 40 steps that you're repeating multiple times. And actually the base, so this sits on top of the base, which is actually right now in the other room. All right. Where is Lego show announcement sign? And back to building. There's Lego's lava. Cool. That sounds pretty neat. I really need to. I haven't gotten to the point where I'm doing mocks, right? See a couple mocks of other people who put them together, but so far I've just been building kits that I buy. Need to start coming up with some ideas of something a mock that I'd want. Oops. Of course, sure enough, I'm gonna start doing mocks. I definitely need more room for all my sets. So I have not downloaded Studio, but I can see where you mean. I could definitely probably agree with that statement, right? I mean, that's why I talk about, yeah, and I like to do some mocks, but at some point, but I'm in no rush because number one, I'm still having a lot of fun building the Arctic Empire. Thank you for following. I'm still having fun putting these sets together, right? And displaying them and having something neat to display. Okay, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Of course, also it's neater when you can have people come over. Although that's the cool part about about Twitch, right? We can just we do it all on Twitch, right? That's kind of a way to share what we're building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah. That way I don't have to keep on counting. Yeah, I kind of been debating, and sure enough, I haven't even bought any of the creator sets, but I've been thinking about, I really like the cities, right? But I don't have the space for it, for sure. But I really like that. Kind of reminds me, as a kid, I did the train sets, and I was doing a little bit of that, right, with the modeling of that. And interesting, I'd rather do Lego than trains nowadays. Yeah, exactly. A whole room size. Yeah, I mean, I see some of the people are doing, and I just really like what they're doing. And I mean, I think that's one of those things you can kind of start off, again, because you can start off with some of the kits, and then making some slight tweaks to them, as you move along to getting more to where you build something more your own. I do know. I mean, actually, one thing I've been thinking about is, of course, you talk about the designer. I got to figure out how this all works, but is doing a mock of the office building I work in, and then because I do have some Legos at my office that I display. Right now, I just have space themed stuff, but that'd be pretty cool to have, right? definitely be a conversation piece as people come into the office. Coming to my office, I should say. Not the office as a whole. Of course, right now there's not me. I do go in the office, but I'm one of the few, really. And I don't go every day. Actually, they just started some restrictions. Most everyone works from home. Which the uncle's dad has a training room. Yeah, that's. I mean, well, none of these hobbies are cheap. Right? I mean, you know, I'm actually surprised my wife doesn't get on my case more about the Legos. But other than the fact, I think she knows how it helps me, just relax and chill and such. But it's like these hobbies are not cheap. That's for sure. All right. Well, you know what? I just noticed these are in the wrong area. So these should be like this. That's weird. I could have swore when I was doing it that I checked that, but more of a collecting hobby. Yeah, I mean, mine's definitely more. I'd say mine's kind of in the middle, right? I mean, because collecting in the sense I collect them and I display them. But, and granted, I'm still pretty new into it, right? But I can't really imagine thinking of ever selling any of it, right? I do like this little bit of detail here, right? It's pretty nice. That's the columns going all the way up. Not that you can see that very well. Like I said, it's still a newer stream. I've got plans to add another camera, so I've got a camera coming to the side here. There we go. That's looking pretty cool there. Just give you an idea, do it that way. Definitely coming out pretty neat. All right. Oh, wow. We're on step 200. All right, sure enough, right here, we're going to build something. So I'm going to move this off the table. Kind of get it out of the way. And I'd be willing to bet, sure enough, now we're, you can see, oh yeah, sure enough, we're going to do this 4 times. So let's definitely clear the table of that big thing. All right. We'll probably try to build all 4 at the same time. Just to move this along. And again, I talked about this earlier, but for those who joined in, saw a couple were selling a whole 50. Wow. Yeah, that is hard. You have to see that, right? Kind of surprised you don't see that more often, almost. I mean, people are going through a hard time with everything going on. Wow, 50 plus set. I did see. So one of the people I watch on Twitch is Monotown. Is it Monotown? Yeah, Monotown. Yeah, I know what you mean. Feeling bad. But I did see someone on Monotown on Twitch, and he actually bought a pallet of a Lego, and basically it's some guy's set, collection from when he was a kid. I forget what the reason was, right? It was, but. Because you're talking about like how hard it was to receive that collection, just to having to process it. But yeah, I agree with you. You do almost feel bad about buying it. Cool to be able to add so much at one time, right? And probably for lower than true value, right? Because they're probably want to get what they need to help out. And of course, there's some who will take advantage of that. All right. I always find it interesting, these whole, where they, you look at instructions here. I mean, I'll show it, where you're like laying out the pieces, right? You're not connecting anything. It's kind of like, all right, well, all right. Like this, you're just laying these out. Well, especially when I'm, yeah, well, hopefully they, hopefully. I mean, I'm assuming if they have 50 sets, 50 plus sets, they did a little bit of research to get the pricing. Yeah, well, that's true. Although, I forget who it was. I was watching another builder on Twitch, and someone reached out to him, asking for help to sell their collection, and they didn't. Well, I guess they did know what it was going to be worth, but they were asking because they had complete sets, but they had them all. They didn't have them separated. And they were asking him, well, would it be better if they were all together, or, by set? And he said, oh yeah, by far. All right. Hold on a second, make sure. It's kind of weird the way how they got this set up here. Sure we don't have another oof. There we go. So we got 4 like that. But now we're actually start building this up, putting some structure into this. Well, I must have messed this up somehow. Hey there, Sean. How's it going? You're just now joining? We've been going on for a while now. How's your weekend been? So this has got to... I must have done this... Something's got to be not right here. Wow. And sure enough, well, and again, I don't want to give too much away, but I would be willing to bet the Mandalorian TV show is kind of adding to that value. Especially, and I'll say especially after last night's, or yesterday's episode. All right, let me... So they had it like this. Okay. Then we had... Yes, it was. I was talking about it earlier, but I purposely not... I don't know who all's in here. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, this season has been an awesome season. I have really been enjoying this season. I just think they've really been doing a great job. Number one, there's only been really one filler this season, which has been awesome. Well, you know what? I think I know it's... You know what it is? I didn't put these in here. Yes, I did. Well, admittedly, I didn't watch them when they came out. I binged them. I don't know if like right before Mandalorian started or right... I think I was still maybe I was still watching when the Mandalorian came out. Really enjoyed all that. All right, yeah. I didn't really screw this up. I was just looking. I screwed up one part of it. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yeah, I think he, because I'm a Star Wars fan. I mean, so I like everything Star Wars, right? So I like the sequel series, the sequel trilogy. I like the prequel trilogy, right? I mean, obviously not as much as the original trilogy, but I enjoyed them. Yeah, like a young George Lucas. But I think here's the thing. I think he's a little more focused. George was a little bit too everywhere, right? You know, too. Well, number one, plus George was so big into having everything has to be absolutely perfectly right. I mean, the whole reason why like you can't find the original filmings anymore, right? Because they've been chopped up so much. But, and again, I'm trying not to say too much about last night's episode, but I know, so you said you saw it, but, you know, like, last night, basically, trying to do this in the most spoiler-free way, right? Without spoiling, but, basically we have a character whose background is actually finally reconfirmed and actually goes against which George Lucas said, which kind of never really sat right with the Star Wars community. And that was just so awesome to see that retcon right there. And you know that I actually should probably put these in first. Probably would have been easier. Definitely would have been easier to put these in first. Oh, you know what? I'm putting it upside down. Come on. Goodness. There we go. You getting buffering issues? I hope not, because nothing else should be going on in my network right now. I mean, other than, I am writing some data out, but that shouldn't be doing anything. Because sure enough, Sean, that Twitch bot is up and running. That's why actually, you see like the timer and everything. Oh, wow. Rank all the movies. All right, hold on a second. So I'm missing a piece here. Oh, here it is. So rank all of them. Well, Sean, you know my history about my computer, right? It was born in 2000. I had several occasions where I was about to trash it. All right, so ranking the movies. Let's think here. Okay, including Rogue One and Solo. Ooh. Well, I definitely think that Empire has got to go to number one. Right? I just, because number one, it's like the best made Star Wars movie, on top of the story and everything, right? Man. I accidentally knocked this. This is definitely hard to get in there once you got these other pieces here. So that's definitely, I would say, number one. I'm actually trying to think where Rogue One fits in, right? Because it is definitely one of my favorites. Definitely in the top 5, right? I'd probably, honestly, I'd toss up of Rogue One being either, between Rogue One and probably, this is hard. Because because it's like, where do I, like you compare Return of the Jedi and New Hope, right? I mean, they're pretty darn close as far as likability, in my mind, right? So, yeah, well, that's... definitely in the top 3, or definitely in the... but like I said, I think Rogue One's got to be somewhere in the top 3. It's really a tough question, I gotta say. Actually, a good question to think about, though. I have to think some more about this, because... which actually is interesting. I have no idea what the site is anymore, but... you like the Ewok? Well, yeah. Like the Ewoks when you were little? Yeah. Ewoks were fun. I didn't mind the Ewoks so much, right? I mean, granted, I mean, so what, that came out, what was that? That was 82, I think? 83 for Return. So that would have been, so I mean, I was 11 or 12 years old. Does that sound right? No, hold on. I'm not getting that right. Okay, yeah, no. Return of the Jedi came in 83. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I was mixing up with different, yeah, because New Hope is 77, which I was 6. I don't remember seeing it in the theaters. I know I did see it in the theaters. Grew up with prequels, so I loved it too. Yeah. I listened to a podcast, and you guys probably around your age, based upon what you're saying there. And he talks about that, right? That was what he knew. And, I mean, number one, I think the prequels are pretty good, right? I mean, they tell a good story. I mean, obviously, Jar Jar Binks is a little bit annoying, right? And the whole midichlorian thing, I don't know. It's just such a wild departure from what we saw in the original trilogy, where it was more of a where the Force was more mysterious. And I gotta admit, I thought it was interesting, and that's where George still has impact into Star Wars, especially when it comes to Dave Filoni stuff. But so I was surprised that in Mandalorian they brought back up the midichlorians. Well, yeah, like I said, I don't think I don't know. Still, is a tough call because, like, I think the hardest part about the prequels is, I mean, really, is Anakin's acting, right? Hayden Christensen's acting is just not that. It was just not that good, right? Now, some of his acting, some of the lines he was, he was given the right. Well, they are a little bit cheesy, right? But I don't think that's a bad thing either. I mean, sometimes cheesy is awesome, right? But to your point, right? You talk about you grew up in that point, so that's what you know first, right? So it's like James Bond, right? I always talk about so I was born 71, right? So the James Bond I knew was Roger Moore, right? That was who was in the James Bond movies when I was when I was watching it, right? I didn't know who that I didn't know who love scenes, yeah. Well, like I say, it was a bit weird, and but it was also telling. I mean, it was telling an important story, right? It was the story we wanted to see. I mean, again, I'm the age of where I remember when Return of the Jedi came out, and then there was a whole thing about, well, there's actually these 9 movies, and at the time George Lucas wouldn't commit at all, right? He did that for a long time, wouldn't commit to when he would ever, if ever, make the other movies. And I think that's part of the problem, right? Because people of my generation, my age, waited so long for the prequels, and and so there was such a big expectation to them that once people got them, they're like, oh my goodness, this is what we waited all these years for, right? Well, Padme, well, yeah, she was a babe, right? It's yeah, animation software, yeah. Well, but that's always, I mean, and on top of it, George Lucas has innovated so much in there. So number one, some of that just doesn't stand out as well, right? But Natalie Portman, I mean, she's a good-looking woman, and on top of it, the fact how smart she is, right? That just adds to her, to it. Because she went to Harvard. I believe she graduated from Harvard. Actually, took time off from acting to go to Harvard. So that's pretty impressive. Yeah, I've seen several. I was about to say, talking about the fandom and everything. So there's a movie. What was it? I cannot remember the name of the movie, but the storyline of the movie is was that it's as they're actually, I think it starts with the announcement of the prequels, and not super fanboy, I think is the name of the movie. Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, Fanboys. Yeah, I think this is what it is. Yes, that's what it is. Fanboys. So so the premise is the prequels have been announced, and they're making them, and then you've got these friends of true fandom, and one of their members has been diagnosed with terminal cancer, and so they go on this quest to I've been meaning to watch that, The Empire of Dreams. I just haven't had a chance to yet. But yeah, they go on this quest to get onto Skywalker Ranch and to be able to watch it. And one of the best, also, I mean, it was a good movie, right? Grant you're not watching it for quality, right? It's not that kind of movie, right? But because there's definitely some really far out stuff with it. But I think one of the best lines is at the end. So basically, in the end, the guy with cancer does get to see it beforehand, with the promise he can't tell anyone about what he saw. Yeah, I did watch the gallery, and I actually enjoyed that. I think, oh no, that is what it's supposed to do. I actually really did enjoy the gallery. It's really neat to see how they did that with the whole, built-in studio thing. But so then at the end, they're in line to see Phantom Menace, and and there's a line of who asks, well, what if it's not any good, right? And of course they're like, how could it not be good, right? So I just thought that line was just hilarious. Yeah, like I said, I do need to watch the Emperor of Dreams, because I don't think I've seen it, right? Because that Emperor of Dreams is new, right? Because I've got like the Blu-rays and I watched everything on that several times, but I don't think that's on there. But watching gallery is really neat to see, how they made the show, and yeah, Okay. That's what I was thinking. Like, so I do need to watch that. I know, I'll try maybe over Christmas or something. I want to do another rewatch. Hold on a second. Oh shoot, I missed these pieces. I want to do another Everything Touches Gold. Yes. I do want to do another rewatch of the whole thing. Now I was going to say this, talking about the movies and everything. So Solo, good or not good? I'll start off with I enjoyed Solo, right? To be able to see that story, I enjoyed it. Yeah, Soderbergh is good. All right. Pleasantly surprised. Yeah, I don't know why there was so much. I don't want to say hate, but dislike for it. And of course, part of it, everyone talks about how much of a failure it was. I mean, it still made tons of money. It just didn't make the gargantuan amounts of money that they expected to make. Yeah. Well, now I got to admit, as I was watching it, especially the first time I watched it, I had a little bit of a hard time picturing him, and I forgot the actor's name, picturing him as Han, right? Because again, so many years watching Harrison Ford being Han. But the funny part was I didn't have that problem with well, I can't remember his name. The guy who played Lando Calrissian. Because I mean that was just absolute amazing casting. Like I'm drawing blank. I really am drawing blank his name, but he was born to play that role. All right, there we go. Now we put this building back. Yeah, Donald. I think it's Donald Glover. Yeah. All right, this is going to be. Yeah, like I said, these go on kind of interesting. You gotta wiggle a little bit to get it into place. Oops. You easily knock these arches over. So I do it again. Yeah, this is interesting. I'm not really liking the way how these sit on here. It doesn't sit on this very, very well. And maybe I actually never did watch Community. Whoa. Goodness. I don't know if there's a trick I'm just not figuring out with this. These are not going in here very well. This is definitely going to be one of those things you want to be careful after you get this on here, right? Whoops. All right, there we go. And of course, that caused a brick drop. Whoops. No. Sean, you beat me to it. I was typing there. Oh, you know what? Because I think it's... Yeah, it's... Or... Oh. Shoot. No. There we go. Of course, now it's going to count twice. Or no, it's only going to count once. Should get it. Yeah, I got it last time. Well, why is it not picking it up? What is the screen saying? No. The bot got disconnected. Well, I'm going to look that up. Sure enough, Sean, I did find a problem. Wake up bot. I don't have a way to restart it. And sure enough, I mean, we're wrapping up anyways. I mean, I can restart the whole app, I guess, but. But of course, we're at the last piece. Let me get the picture here before I forget. Get it kind of like up and above. All right, so all right, I'll write the description here in a moment. All right, everyone. Hey, thank you so much. Let's see, because I am going to wrap it up for tonight. It's going 1:15 my time. This has been a lot of fun. We made some good progress here, right? I mean, actually, let's see here, because got 2 more bags left, right? Oh, actually, I see. Oh, you know what? Well, technically, I didn't finish the bag. Because actually, you look at the instructions, you're actually supposed to put it on the piece, but I'm going to have to grab that. So that's where I'll start off with next week, or not next week, next stream. Might be next week. Who knows? Okay, yeah. Then you build that piece in the center. All right. Actually, I don't know. I might actually build the centerpiece and then lay everything down, because the way how for the way how it'll work in my room. Yeah, Sean, I did get the pics. I still gotta post it, but I got them. All right, let's see who. See if we can find anyone streaming right now. I think I know someone is. Let me get in here real quick. Interesting. We got a noob. Wow, we got 44 viewers on there. And there's someone working on the Lambo. Hey there, Kelleberg. How's it going? Of course, you were here before, weren't you? I could have swore I saw you say hi even earlier. I think because I actually because you said hi in the beginning. I actually forgot to acknowledge it. Here, let's go over.
I don't know why you stopped, but okay. Welcome. Hello.
We got someone doing a noob stream, right? So new to this. I'm still new to the Lego streaming, right? So let's raid that person. They're building the Christmas tree right now. Built that last week actually on the stream. Scott, you're back. Well, I just started the raid because I'm getting ready to wrap up for the night. So everyone, thank you so much for watching. Artix, if you're still around, thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate that. And Family Jewel, really enjoyed the conversation we had. That was actually a lot of fun. I am going to have to think more about ranking the Star Wars movies. All right, everyone, you all have an awesome day, evening, whatever it is for you. And I'll see you later.